Welcome, sleepy travelers. Tonight we journey through the desert world of Arrakis, where the spice melange flows and ancient tales await. Join us as we explore the wonders of Dune and let these stories carry you gently towards sleep. After our story ends, you'll hear the peaceful sounds of crackling fire to help you drift into deep sleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just continuous, calming sounds to accompany your rest. Now, let's begin our journey across the sands of Dune. In the shadow of the ancient city of Carthage, as the twin suns cast their golden light across the weathered stone walls, their warmth softening the hard edges of a civilization built to withstand the harsh desert, a young servant boy named Elien swept the dusty floors of a crumbling storage vault. The gentle swish of his broom against stone created a soothing rhythm that echoed softly in the cavernous space. The vault belonged to a minor noble house, one that had long since faded in importance, but still clung to its small corner of influence in the sprawling city. The family's ancestors had once commanded respect throughout Carthage, their names spoken with reverence in the halls of power, but now they were merely one of many houses surviving on fading glory and careful management of dwindling resources. Elien worked in peaceful solitude, his movements gentle and methodical as he pushed his broom across the stone floor. There was a quiet satisfaction in bringing order to chaos, even if it was only the simple task of sweeping dust from ancient stone. His shadow stretched long across the floor, dancing with each movement like a silent companion in his lonely work. The air was still and heavy with the scent of age and forgotten things. A complex aroma of old parchment, dried ink, the faint metallic tang of ancient coins, and the indefinable scent of time itself. Dust motes danced in the slanting beams of sunlight that filtered through high, narrow windows, spinning and swirling in complex patterns that seemed almost deliberate, as though they were trying to form words or symbols just beyond his understanding. It was in the furthest corner of the vault, behind a stack of wooden crates that hadn't been moved in generations, that Elien noticed something unusual. A slight depression in the wall, partially obscured by sand that had somehow found its way inside. Curious, he set aside his broom and knelt down, brushing away the fine grains with his fingertips. The more sand he cleared, the more certain he became that this was no ordinary wall. There were seams too precise, too intentional. As the last of the sand fell away, he found himself looking at a narrow door, its surface smooth and unmarked, save for a small indentation where a handle might once have been. Elien hesitated, glancing over his shoulder. He was alone, as he always was during these quiet afternoon hours when the house steward napped and the noble family attended to their social obligations in the city centre. No one would miss him for at least another hour. With careful fingers, he pressed against the depression in the door. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft sigh like a long-held breath finally released, the door receded slightly and slid to one side, revealing darkness beyond. Cool air wafted up from the opening, carrying with it scents of stone and something else, something Elien couldn't quite identify. Ancient and peaceful, like the inside of a tomb that had remained undisturbed for millennia. From the pouch at his belt, Elien retrieved a small glow lamp, one that he carried to illuminate the darker corners of the vault during his work. Its gentle blue light spilled down into the opening, revealing the beginning of a staircase that spiraled downward, each step hewn from the same smooth stone as the door. For a moment, Elien simply stared, wondering if he should report his discovery to the house steward, but a quiet curiosity pulled at him. A gentle urge to explore that seemed to rise from the stairway itself, like a whispered invitation. Beside him, a soft rustling sound made him start. A small desert mouse, its fur the same pale color as the surrounding stone, peered up at him with bright, inquisitive eyes. The mouse was one of many that lived in the city walls, occasionally finding their way into the cooler interiors during the hottest part of the day. This one had been Elian's silent companion for many weeks now, appearing during his work hours and seeming to watch him with an almost intelligent interest. "What do you think?" Elian whispered to the mouse. "Should we see where it leads?" The mouse's whiskers twitched, and without hesitation, it scurried to the edge of the opening and began to descend the stairs. Taking this as his answer, Elian adjusted his grip on the glow lamp and followed, his footsteps cautious and soft on the ancient stone. The staircase spiraled gently downward, each step perfectly smooth, as though worn by the passage of countless feet over innumerable years. Yet there was no dust here, no sand, only cool, clean stone that seemed to exhale the essence of deep time. As Elian descended, he became aware of a subtle change in the air. It grew cooler, yes, but also somehow thicker, as though the very atmosphere was saturated with memory. The walls of the stairwell, curving around him in a perfect spiral, seemed to capture and amplify the sound of his breathing and the soft pad of his footsteps, turning them into whispers that danced away into the darkness below. Occasionally, Elian would pause, certain he had heard something, a sigh, perhaps, or the murmur of distant conversation, but each time he stopped to listen there was only silence, deep and expectant, as though the very air was waiting for something to be said or done. The desert mouse continued its descent several steps ahead of him, pausing now and then to look back, as if ensuring he was still following. After what felt like both mere moments and countless hours, for time seemed to move differently in this quiet spiral, Elian reached the bottom of the staircase. Before him stretched a corridor of the same smooth stone, its walls curving gently to form a perfect arch overhead. Along the walls at regular intervals were small alcoves, each containing what appeared to be a glass orb, filled with a soft blue light that pulsed gently like the slow breathing of a sleeping giant. These lights cast the corridor in a dreamy blue glow, revealing intricate patterns carved into the stone between each alcove, patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed from the corner of the eye. Elian moved forward slowly, his wonder growing with each step. The corridor was cool but not cold, silent but not uncomfortable. It felt like walking through a living dream, where each moment was infused with a peaceful significance that eluded conscious understanding. At the end of the corridor stood a simple archway, beyond which Elian could see a circular chamber. The desert mouse had already scampered through and was waiting on the other side, its tiny body illuminated by a stronger blue light that emanated from within the room. Taking a deep breath, Elian stepped through the archway and into the chamber. The room was perfectly circular, its walls lined with shelves carved directly from the stone. Upon these shelves rested hundreds of scrolls, each one sealed within a transparent cylinder that gleamed in the blue light. Between the shelves, at regular intervals, were tall, narrow windows, made of what appeared to be blue glass. Elian approached one of these windows in wonder. Despite being deep underground, the window seemed to look out upon the night sky, showing stars that shimmered with impossible clarity. But that couldn't be right. It was mid-afternoon when he had discovered the door. He pressed his palm against the glass, expecting to feel the cool hardness of stone disguised by some clever artifice. But the glass was real, and beyond it, the stars continued their eternal dance. In the center of the chamber stood a table of the same stone as the walls, its surface polished to a mirror shine. Upon it rested several objects, a bowl filled with sand of a deep, vibrant blue, a slender stylus made of what appeared to be polished bone, and most curious of all, a sand clock unlike any Elian had ever seen. The sand clock was contained within a crystal housing, but instead of sand falling from top to bottom, the blue grains within it seemed to flow upward, defying gravity in a gentle, continuous stream. And it made a sound, a soft, rhythmic ticking that echoed in the quiet chamber like the heartbeat of the planet itself. Elian stared at the sand clock in fascination. There was something profoundly soothing about watching the sand rise rather than fall, as though time itself was being rewound, returning to its source rather than flowing away towards some distant end. The desert mouse had climbed onto the table and now sat beside the bowl of blue sand, its whiskers twitching slightly as it watched Elian with those bright, knowing eyes. "What is this place?" Elian whispered. Though he didn't expect an answer, his voice seemed to merge with the soft ticking of the sand clock, becoming just another rhythm in the chamber's gentle symphony. He turned his attention to the scrolls that lined the walls. Each cylinder bore markings that Elian couldn't read, symbols that were neither the imperial script he had been taught, nor the Fremen glyphs he had occasionally glimpsed in the marketplace. These were older, more fluid, like water frozen in the moment of splashing against stone. With careful hands, he selected one of the cylinders and examined it more closely. There was a small indentation at one end, similar to the one that had opened the door above. Acting on instinct, Elian pressed his thumb against it. The cylinder responded with a soft click, and its end cap dissolved. There was no other word for it, revealing the scroll within. The material was not paper, nor the film used in modern times, but something else entirely. Something that felt like water made solid, cool and smooth beneath his fingertips. As he unrolled it gently, symbols appeared on its surface, not printed or written, but forming as though the material was remembering them, calling them up from some deep reservoir of memory. The symbols glowed with the same blue light as the windows and the sand, shifting slightly as if alive. Though Elian couldn't read the symbols, he found that if he allowed his eyes to unfocus slightly, impressions began to form in his mind. Not words exactly, but concepts, images, feelings. He saw Arrakis as it once was, before the desert claimed it entirely. He felt the rhythm of water that once flowed freely across its surface, tasted the sweetness of air that held moisture and life. And beneath these impressions, like a heartbeat underlying all else, was a sense of patience so vast it defied comprehension. The patience of stone and sand, of planets moving through their eternal cycles, unconcerned with the brief lives that scurried across their surfaces. Elian wasn't sure how long he stood there, lost in the gentle flow of ancient impressions, but gradually he became aware of a change in the quality of light around him. The blue glow had intensified slightly, and now seemed to pulse in harmony with the ticking of the sand clock. And there were voices, or rather a suggestion of voices, like the memory of conversations long concluded. They ebbed and flowed around him, never quite resolving into words he could understand, yet somehow conveying a sense of peaceful communion, as though generations of seekers had gathered in this chamber to share wisdom and wonder. The desert mouse moved closer to his hand, its small body warm against his skin. Somehow, its presence anchored him, kept him from becoming entirely lost in the gentle current of memories that flowed through the chamber. With reluctance, Elian carefully re-rolled the scroll and returned it to its cylinder. The end cap reformed as soon as he placed it back on the shelf, sealing away its ancient wisdom until another seeker should come to explore it. His attention returned to the sandcloth at the center of the table. The blue grains continued their impossible journey upward, ticking away moments that seemed to fold back upon themselves rather than marching forward. It was profoundly soothing to watch, like witnessing time heal rather than wound. A gentle chime sounded, so soft that Eliane felt it more than heard it. One of the blue glass windows began to brighten, and as he watched in wonder, the stars visible through it shifted, moving faster than should be possible, until they resolved into a pattern he recognized from his lessons. The daytime sky of Arrakis. And there, visible through the window, despite the fact that they were deep underground, was the brighter of Arrakis's two suns, shining with a subdued radiance that didn't hurt his eyes to look upon. Eliane moved closer to the window, marveling at the impossibility of what he was seeing. It was as though the chamber existed in a place where the normal rules of reality were gently set aside, where underground rooms could look out upon the sky, where sand could flow upward, and where ancient voices could linger long after their speakers had returned to dust. The desert mouse scampered up his arm to perch on his shoulder, its tiny claws tickling slightly through the fabric of his simple robe. Together, they gazed out at the impossible daytime sky, watching as clouds that shouldn't exist on arid Arrakis drifted across the blue expanse. Something in the peaceful rhythm of the chamber, in the gentle ticking of the backward-flowing sand clock and the soft murmur of voices that weren't quite there, told Eliane that he was safe here, that he was welcome. This wasn't a forbidden place, but a forgotten one, waiting patiently for someone to remember it existed. He wasn't sure how long he stayed in the chamber, lost in the quiet wonder of it all. Time seemed different here, less urgent, more circular, like the room itself. But eventually, awareness began to grow in him that he should return to the world above, to his duties and his life. With a reluctance that surprised him, Eliane turned away from the window and the impossibly visible sky. The desert mouse remained on his shoulder as he took one last look around the circular chamber, committing every detail to memory. As he turned to leave, his gaze fell once more on the sand clock with its upward-flowing grains. Acting on an impulse he didn't fully understand, he reached out and touched its crystal housing with gentle fingers. The clock responded with a single clear tone, and for a moment the blue light throughout the chamber intensified. The whispers grew slightly louder, and Eliane had the distinct impression of gratitude, as though the room itself was thanking him for remembering it existed. Then the light returned to its previous gentle glow, and the whispers subsided once more into barely perceptible murmurs. But something had changed. Eliane could feel it. A connection had been established, though he couldn't have explained its nature if asked. With the desert mouse still perched on his shoulder, Eliane made his way back along the corridor and up the spiral staircase. The journey upward seemed shorter somehow, as though the distance had contracted during his time in the chamber below. When he finally stepped back through the narrow door into the storage vault, he was surprised to find that the quality of light was unchanged. The same slanting afternoon sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the same dancing dust motes. The door slid closed behind him as silently as it had opened, once more appearing as nothing more than a slight depression in the wall, partially obscured by sand that seemed to have returned of its own accord. The desert mouse leapt from his shoulder and scurried a short distance away, then turned to look back at him as though expecting him to follow. But Eliane's duties kept him in the vault, and with a sense of returning to a life that suddenly seemed more distant than it had before, he retrieved his broom and resumed his sweeping. Days passed, and Eliane returned to his normal routine. He swept the floors, carried messages for the house steward, and performed the 100 small tasks that filled his days. But his thoughts often drifted to the chamber beneath the vault, to the blue glass windows that showed impossible skies, and to the sand clock that ticked backward, measuring moments returning to their source. He was careful not to mention his discovery to anyone, not out of fear, but from a sense that the chamber was a secret meant to be kept, at least for now. The desert mouse continued to visit him during his work hours, sometimes sitting and watching him, sometimes leading him on playful chases through the quieter parts of the house. A week after his discovery, as Eliane was organizing a shelf of old ledgers in the house archives, he encountered the elderly archivist who occasionally visited to consult the family records. The old man was bent with age, his face a map of wrinkles, but his eyes were sharp and clear as desert stars. As they worked in companionable silence, the old man suddenly paused, his gaze drifting to the wall where Eliane knew the hidden door was located, though from this room it wasn't visible. "You know," the archivist said, his voice as dry as ancient parchment, "there are stories about this house, about spaces beneath it, older than the city itself." Eliane's hand stilled on the ledger he was shelving. "What kind of stories?" he asked, trying to keep his voice casual. The old man ran a finger along the spine of a book, leaving a line in the dust. "Stories of rooms where time runs differently, where the past and present converse with one another. The old lord, this was many years ago, mind you, once mentioned a stairwell that led down into silence." He shook his head slowly. "But that stairwell was sealed before I was born, if it ever existed at all." Eliane said nothing, but his heart beat faster. The desert mouse, which had been exploring the bookshelves, suddenly appeared on the table between them, sitting up on its hind legs as though listening to their conversation. The old archivist chuckled at the sight. "You've made a friend, I see. The desert mice of Carthag are not like ordinary mice, you know. The old stories say they are the eyes and ears of Arrakis itself, watching and remembering for the planet." He reached out a gnarled finger, and to Eliane's surprise the mouse allowed the old man to stroke its head. "They choose who they reveal themselves to, and they lead those they deem worthy to the places where the planet's memories are stored." Eliane looked at the desert mouse with new wonder. Had it deliberately led him to discover the hidden door? Had it chosen him for some purpose he couldn't yet understand? What would someone find in such places? Eliane asked carefully. "These places of memory, I mean." The archivist's eyes took on a distant look. "The bones of Arrakis," he said softly. "The true history of this world, before the desert, before the worms. They say there was a time when water flowed freely here, when the sky held clouds and the land was green with life." He sighed. "But if such records exist, they are hidden deep, guarded by time itself." The old man turned his gaze directly to Eliane then, his eyes suddenly sharp and knowing. "If one were to find such a place," he said quietly, "one should treat it with reverence. The memories of a planet are not to be disturbed lightly." Eliane nodded, a silent promise. The archivist seemed satisfied. He returned to his work and they spoke no more of hidden stairwells or planetary memories. But as Eliane continued shelving ledgers, he found his thoughts returning to the chamber below, to the scrolls filled with impressions of an Arrakis that once was, and to the sand clock that measured time's return to its source. That night, as Eliane lay on his narrow bed in the servants' quarters, the desert mouse appeared on his windowsill. It sat there in the moonlight, watching him with those bright, knowing eyes, and Eliane found himself wondering what memories those eyes had witnessed, what secrets they held. "Will you show me more?" he whispered to the mouse. "Are there other places where the bones of Arrakis lie exposed?" The mouse simply watched him, unmoving in the silver light, But Elien felt something like an answer form in his mind, a sense of patient certainty, of discoveries yet to come, revealed in their proper time. As he drifted towards sleep, Elien thought he could hear very faintly the soft ticking of a sand clock, measuring moments flowing upward against the current of time, returning to a source as ancient as the planet itself. And in that gentle rhythm, there was a promise of wonders yet to be revealed, of hidden chambers waiting to be discovered, of ancient wisdom preserved in the bones of Arrakis. The desert kept its secrets well, buried beneath shifting sands and concealed behind unmarked doors. But for those who were chosen to receive them, those led by the eyes and ears of the planet itself, those secrets would gradually be unveiled, one whispered memory at a time. And as sleep claimed him, Eliane smiled, knowing that somewhere beneath the crumbling storage vault, a chamber of blue light and ancient voices continued its patient vigil, waiting for his return. In that chamber, time flowed differently. Sand defied gravity, and the past hadn't quite let go of the present. The bones of Arrakis had begun to speak to him, and he was learning to listen. In the days that followed, Elian found himself drawn back to the hidden door whenever his duties allowed. Each time the desert mouse would appear, as if anticipating his arrival, and together they would descend the spiral staircase into the chamber of blue light and whispered memories. With each visit, Elian grew more adept at interpreting the impressions contained within the scrolls. He learned to quiet his mind and allow the ancient knowledge to flow through him like water finding its path through stone. The images became clearer, more coherent, revealing to him an Arrakis he could scarcely imagine, a world of flowing rivers and vast inland seas, of forests that stretched toward distant mountains, and creatures unlike any that now walked the desert. One afternoon, as he sat beside the table with its ever-ticking sand clock, Elian noticed something he hadn't seen before. A small alcove set into the wall behind one of the shelves. Within it rested a crystalline object about the size of his palm, faceted like a gem, but somehow fluid within, as though it contained something that was neither solid nor liquid. When he carefully lifted it from its resting place, the crystal seemed to pulse in harmony with his heartbeat, growing warmer in his hands. As he held it, the whispers in the room grew more distinct, and for the first time, Elian could almost understand the words being spoken. Fragments of conversations held millennia ago, preserved somehow within the very fabric of the chamber. The transformation is proceeding as predicted, though the time frame has been accelerated. Water levels declining at a rate of 12% per century. Must preserve the essence for those who will come after, when the cycle turns again. The worms are the key, the bridge between what was and what will be. The voices faded again into indistinct murmurs, but Elian was left with a profound sense of purpose, as though he had been granted a glimpse of a pattern too vast to comprehend in its entirety, yet vital to the future of Arrakis. The desert mouse climbed onto the table, its bright eyes fixed on the crystal in Elian's hands. It seemed to understand the significance of what he had discovered, perhaps better than he did himself. As he carefully returned the crystal to its alcove, Elian noticed that one of the blue glass windows was showing a different view than the others. Instead of stars or the daytime sky, this window revealed what appeared to be a vast underground cavern, illuminated by pools of phosphorescent blue that cast their light upon stalactites hanging like frozen tears from a cathedral ceiling. Within this cavern, barely visible in the dim blue light, were structures that appeared to be the ruins of an ancient settlement. Buildings with graceful arches and domes, now half reclaimed by stone and crystal formations, that had grown through and around them over untold centuries. The sight stirred something deep within Elian, a recognition that transcended knowledge, as though some part of him, some ancestral memory perhaps, knew this place, had walked its streets when they were whole and filled with the sounds of life. The desert mouse scampered to the edge of the window, placing its tiny paws against the blue glass as though trying to reach through to the cavern beyond. It looked back at Elian with what he could only interpret as expectation, as though this was the next step in a journey they had only just begun. "Is that a real place?" Elian whispered to the mouse. "Is it somewhere beneath Arrakis, waiting to be found?" The mouse offered no answer beyond the steady gaze of its bright eyes, but Elian felt a certainty growing within him. The cavern was real, and somehow he was meant to find it. Another piece in the puzzle of Arrakis's hidden past. Another chamber where the planet's bones lay exposed for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. That night, as he lay in his bed watching the stars through his small window, Elian felt as though he was standing on the threshold of something vast and ancient, a mystery that had been waiting patiently for someone to remember it existed. The desert mouse sat on his windowsill, silhouetted against the night sky, a small sentinel guarding the entrance to a labyrinth of wonders that stretched beneath the sands of Arrakis, connecting past and present in ways he was only beginning to understand. Tomorrow, he decided, he would speak with the old archivist again. Perhaps the man knew more than he had revealed, or perhaps he too was a seeker, waiting for someone to share the burden and the joy of rediscovery. Either way, Elian knew that his life had changed irrevocably from the moment he had brushed away the sand from that hidden door. The secrets of Arrakis were calling to him, whispered on the cool breath of ancient chambers, echoed in the backwards ticking of a sand clock that measured time's return to its source. And Elian, guided by a mouse that might be the eyes and ears of the planet itself, was learning to follow where those whispers led. The winds of Arrakis had shifted overnight, as they sometimes did in the season of mirage moons, when the smallest satellite appeared to dance and multiply in the night sky. These peculiar winds revealed what had long been hidden, exposing the secrets beneath the ever-shifting sands near the ancient shield wall. Joa was the first to spot it. A glint of metal, catching the early morning light, as she and her fellow mapmakers made their way across the dunes. At 16, she was the youngest of the group, her keen eyes always scanning the horizon for landmarks to note on their charts. The Imperial Cartography Guild accepted only the most precise measurements, and this expedition of 5 young apprentices was determined to prove their worth. "There," she said, pointing toward the half-buried structure rising from the sand like the bleached bones of some great desert beast. "That isn't on any of our charts." Camille, the leader of their small band, raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glare of the twin suns. At 19, he carried himself with the quiet confidence of one who had already spent years studying the desert's secrets. "The winds must have uncovered it during the night," he said, his voice thoughtful. "It looks like an observatory out here in the open desert." Liet, the most cautious of their group, adjusted his still suit and frowned. "We should report it and continue our mapping. Strange structures in the deep desert are best left to the Imperial archaeologists." But Elise, who had been silently sketching the horizon in her small notebook, looked up with rare excitement in her eyes. "We are map makers," she said softly. "What better to map than a discovery no one else has documented?" Camille considered for a moment, then nodded. "Elise is right. We'll approach carefully and document it properly. Taro, take tri-photos from all angles as we approach. Joa, note our coordinates precisely. Taro, a boy of 17 with clever hands that could repair almost any instrument, unhooked the tri-heap apparatus from his pack. "Do you think it's from before the Harkonnen rule?" he asked, his eyes bright with curiosity. "Or even earlier," Ren said, the oldest of their group at 20, his voice hushed with reverence. "Perhaps from the early days of Imperial expansion." Together they adjusted their stillsuits and made their way across the sand toward the mysterious structure. As they drew closer, details emerged from the haze of heat and distance. What had appeared as merely a metal glint revealed itself as part of a massive dome, half buried in the sand. The dome was cracked open like an eggshell, its metal framework twisted but still recognizable as an astronomical observatory. "It must have been magnificent once," Elise whispered, her fingers already moving across her notebook, capturing the elegant curves of the broken dome against the harsh backdrop of the desert. The structure was larger than it had first appeared. As they circled it, they discovered an entrance half submerged in sand. With cautious excitement, they worked together to clear away enough of the fine grains to create a passage into the interior. The sand yielded easily, as though eager to reveal what it had hidden for so long. "I'll go first," Camel said, igniting a small glow globe and ducking into the revealed passage. One by one, they followed him into the belly of the ancient observatory. The interior was surprisingly intact, protected from the worst of the desert's erosion by its partial burial. The central chamber was circular, with what had once been a retractable roof now permanently open to the sky, its mechanism long since frozen by time and sand. Around the perimeter of the chamber, workstations sat in patient silence, their surfaces covered with a fine layer of sand and dust. Ancient instruments, their purpose now obscure, rested where they had been left by hands long since returned to dust. The walls were decorated with intricate etchings of constellations, star patterns rendered with precise artistry, mapping the night sky as it had once appeared over Arrakis. "Look at these star charts," Ren breathed, brushing dust from one of the wall panels. "Some of these constellations, I don't recognize them at all." "The stars shift over millennia," Camille said, examining the etchings. "These charts must be ancient indeed if they show patterns that have since changed." In the center of the chamber stood the observatory's primary instrument, a massive lens mounted on a complex framework of gears and counterweights. The lens was cracked, a jagged line running through its center like a frozen bolt of lightning, but it remained in its housing, still pointed toward the section of sky visible through the broken dome. "I wonder what they were watching," Joe mused, gazing up through the cracked lens at the patch of blue sky above. What was so important that they built this place in the middle of the desert? As they explored further, each discovery raised more questions. Taro found a collection of data cylinders, their contents inaccessible without compatible readers. Ren discovered a logbook, its pages brittle with age, written in a script none of them could decipher. Camille examined the mechanism that had once moved the Great Dome, tracing the ingenious system of gears and counterweights with appreciative fingers. And Elise, quiet Elise, who rarely spoke more than a few words at a time, moved from wall to wall, meticulously copying the star charts into her notebook, her face rapt with concentration. It was Joa who found the control panel near what appeared to be the main workstation. Beneath a layer of sand lay a series of dials and buttons, all dark and silent. But as she brushed away more of the sand, she uncovered a large gear, partially exposed beneath the panel's surface. Unlike the other mechanisms they had found, this one had been protected from the worst ravages of time and elements. "Look at this," she called to the others. "It's different from the rest." They gathered around as she carefully touched the gear with her fingertips. To their astonishment, it moved at her touch. turning slowly with a sound like a long-held sigh finally released. As it turned, the sand around the base of the observatory's central pedestal began to shift and settle, revealing more of the structure beneath. "It's still working," Taro whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "After all this time." "Not exactly working," Camel corrected, watching the sand's movement carefully. "But there's still energy stored in the system somehow. Fascinating." They spent the remainder of the day documenting everything they could about the observatory, its dimensions, its orientation, the star charts on its walls, the instruments it contained. As the twin suns began their descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert, Camille called them together. "We should return to base camp," he said. "We've strayed far from our planned route, and night in the deep desert is not safe." But Elise, who had been silent for hours as she worked, looked up from her notebook. "The stars," she said softly. "We should see what the lens shows at night." The others exchanged glances. It was a risk to remain so far from their base camp after dark, but the opportunity to see the ancient observatory fulfill its purpose was too tempting to resist. "We have supplies for an overnight stay," Ren said, calculating, "and our still suits are in good condition." "This structure provides shelter," Taro added. "Better than being exposed on the open sand." Camille considered, then nodded. "We'll stay, but we set up proper camp now, before the light fades, and we take full precautions." They worked quickly to establish their camp within the observatory's walls. Sleeping rolls were laid out beneath the open section of the dome, where they could see the sky. Perimeter sensors were set to alert them to the approach of any desert predators. Water rations were carefully measured and shared. As darkness fell, they gathered in the center of the chamber, beneath the great cracked lens. The night sky of Arrakis revealed itself slowly, first one star, then another, until the vastness above was filled with points of light. The broken lens of the observatory caught these lights and transformed them, the crack creating prism effects that scattered rainbow fragments across the chamber's floor. "It's beautiful," Jer whispered, watching as the stars' reflections danced across the ancient stone. Elise said nothing, but her hands moved constantly, sketching star after star in her notebook. Her eyes moved between the sky, the lens, and the wall etchings, comparing what was with what had been. As the night deepened, a strange peace settled over the group. The desert beyond their shelter was full of dangers, but within the observatory's broken walls they felt a connection to those who had come before. Other watchers of the sky who had stood in this same spot, gazing upward with wonder and curiosity. "Do you think they were Imperial scientists?" Taro asked, his voice hushed in the darkness. "Perhaps," Ren replied. "Or they might have been from the early colonization period, before the empire as we know it was established. I wonder what happened to them," Joa mused. "Why they abandoned this place." "Maybe they didn't abandon it," Camille said thoughtfully. "Perhaps they were forced to flee. Or perhaps they completed their observations and no longer needed it. Or perhaps," Elise said, her voice so soft they had to strain to hear her, "what they were watching is no longer there to see." They fell silent at that, each contemplating the vastness of time that separated them from the observatory's builders. The stars continued their slow procession across the sky, and one by one, the young mapmakers drifted into sleep, lulled by the peaceful rhythm of the night. It was in their dreams that the observatory truly came to life. Joa dreamed of standing on the surface of a distant planet, watching as 3 moons rose above an ocean of liquid that wasn't water. The air around her shimmered with particles that caught the moonlight like suspended diamonds. Camille found himself observing a star in the process of being born. Gases swirling and condensing, the immense forces of creation playing out before his eyes over what felt like both seconds and centuries. Ren's dreams took him to an ancient library where star charts covered every surface and silent figures moved among them, their forms indistinct but their purpose clear. They were searchers, seekers, after knowledge that transcended individual lifetimes. Tarot dreamed of mechanisms more intricate than any he had ever seen or imagined, celestial clockworks that tracked the movements of planets and stars with perfect precision, their gears turning in complex harmonies that somehow translated into music he could feel rather than hear. And Elise, quiet Elise with her ever-present notebook, dreamed of a woman who stood where she now slept, gazing up at the stars through a lens that was whole and clear. In her dream, the woman turned and smiled, her eyes reflecting starlight, and Elise understood without words that they were engaged in the same pursuit across the gulf of years, capturing the beauty of the cosmos, preserving it against the inevitable march of time. When they woke as the first light of dawn began to illuminate the eastern sky, they lay in silence for a time, each holding the remnants of their dreams close, reluctant to dispel the magic of the night with words. It was Ren who finally spoke, his voice thoughtful in the growing light. "I dreamed of a library of stars," he said. "It felt so real, as though I was remembering rather than dreaming." "I saw a new star being born," Camel added, sitting up on his sleeping roll. "It was indescribable." One by one, they shared their dreams, each account more vivid than the last. When it was Elise's turn, she opened her notebook and showed them a sketch she had made. A woman standing beneath the observatory's lens, her face tilted upward toward the stars. "I saw her," Elise said simply. "She worked here. She was an astronomer." "It was just a dream," Liet said, though his voice lacked conviction. "Was it?" Tarot countered. "All of us, dreaming of stars and distant worlds on the same night, in this place?" He gestured around at the observatory. "I don't think that's coincidence. We're map makers," Carmel said slowly. "We spend our days thinking about coordinates and landmarks. It's natural our dreams would reflect that." But Elise was shaking her head. "It was more than that," she insisted quietly. "These weren't our dreams. They were memories." "Memories?" Joa repeated. "But not our own." "No," Elise agreed, her fingers tracing the outline of the woman in her sketch. "Hers, and others who worked here. Somehow, the observatory shared them with us." They fell silent, considering the possibility. It seemed fantastic, impossible, and yet each of them felt the truth of it in a way that transcended rational explanation. "The spice," Ren said after a moment. "It's known to enhance certain mental abilities, to connect people across distances. Perhaps long exposure to it allowed the people who worked here to imprint their experiences on this place somehow. Or perhaps," Camel suggested, ever practical, "the lens itself was designed to do more than merely observe the stars. Some of these instruments," he gestured to the workstations around them, "their purpose isn't clear. Maybe they were conducting experiments we don't understand." As the light strengthened, they packed up their camp and prepared to depart. Each took a final walk around the observatory, touching the ancient instruments, gazing up through the cracked lens at the morning sky, committing every detail to memory. Before they left, Elise carefully removed a page from her notebook, the sketch of the woman astronomer, and placed it on the central pedestal beneath the great lens. "A gift," she explained when the others looked at her questioningly. "An acknowledgement We saw her memories. It seemed right to leave something of ours in return. They made their way back through the passage they had cleared and stood for a moment outside the half-buried dome looking back at their discovery. In the morning light, it seemed less mysterious, more melancholy. A relic of a time when humans had gazed outward from Arrakis toward distant stars, asking questions whose answers might have been lost with the observers themselves. But as they turned to begin their journey back to base camp, Joa noticed something strange. The metal that had first caught her eye, the glint that had led them to the observatory, was no longer visible. The angle of the sun was different, yes, but it was more than that. The sand had shifted, already beginning to reclaim the structure. "Look," she said, pointing, "the wind is covering it again." They watched in silence as the desert began its patient work of burial. Soon, perhaps within days, the observatory would once again be hidden beneath the sand, waiting for another shift in the wind, another group of explorers to discover its secrets. "We should mark it on our maps," Camille said at last, "even if it's buried again by the time anyone comes to investigate." "And our report?" Liette asked. "What do we say about the dream?" Camille was quiet for a moment, then shrugged. "We report the facts. The structure, its apparent purpose, its condition. The Imperial Cartography Guild isn't interested in our dreams." But as they walked away, following their own footprints back across the dunes, each knew that they would carry this experience with them long after their report was filed and archived. The dreams, or memories, had touched something in them that transcended professional duty or scientific curiosity. They had connected, however briefly, with those who had come before, other watchers of the sky who had stood beneath the same stars, gazing upward with the same wonder. And in that connection, they had glimpsed something profound about the nature of time and memory, about the bones of Arrakis and the stories they contained. For months afterward, Alicia continued to fill her notebook with sketches of stars, not as they appeared now, but as they had been shown to her in the dream of the woman astronomer. Star patterns that no longer existed, celestial arrangements that had shifted over centuries or millennia. Sometimes, working late into the night, she would feel a presence beside her, a gentle guidance to her hand as she recreated constellations no living eye had seen in countless generations. Now, Taro found himself drawn to the study of ancient mechanisms, spending his free hours in the archives of the Imperial Cartography Guild, searching for references to observatories and astronomical instruments from Arrakis's early colonization period. Occasionally, he would discover a diagram or description that matched precisely some detail he had seen in his dreams, and the coincidence, if it was coincidence, would leave him breathless with wonder. Wren applied for a position with the Imperial Library, seeking access to older star charts and astronomical data. His application cited his map-making experience, but his true motivation was to find some trace of the library he had seen in his dream, the repository of celestial knowledge that had felt so familiar, so important. Camille continued his career as a mapmaker, but with a new appreciation for the temporal nature of the landscapes he documented. The shifting sands of Arrakis could cover or uncover the past according to their own rhythms, revealing history not as a linear progression, but as layers of time existing simultaneously, waiting to be exposed by the right combination of wind and chance. And Joa, the youngest, who had first spotted the glint of metal in the desert, found herself dreaming often of distant planets and alien skies. Sometimes in those dreams she would return to the broken observatory and find it whole again, its dome intact, its lens clear and uncracked. The woman astronomer would be there, and others like her, and they would welcome Joa as a colleague, a fellow seeker after celestial mysteries. In these dreams, the woman would sometimes say, "We watch the stars to remember who we are and what we might become. The patterns above reflect the patterns within." Upon waking, Hawke would write down these words and ponder their meaning. Were they merely the product of her own imagination, or were they something more? A continued communication across time from those who had once stood where she had stood. Beneath the broken dome, she had no answer, but the question itself became precious to her, a mystery as vast and compelling as the night sky over Arrakis. One evening, a year after their discovery, the 5 young mapmakers gathered in Elyse's small quarters in the guild dormitory. They had maintained their connection despite the divergence of their paths, bound by the shared experience that none of them could fully explain or forget. Elise had called them together because of a discovery she had made in her ongoing study of the stars. She spread her notebooks on the table before them, pages and pages filled with her meticulous drawings of constellations, both those visible in the current sky and those she had seen in her dreams. "I've been comparing them," she said, her voice soft but excited, "the star patterns from the observatory and the current configurations. And I've realized something. They're not just different because of stellar drift over time. Some of the stars that were visible then simply aren't there anymore." "Stars die," Wren said, nodding. "Supernovae, stellar collapse." "Yes," Elise agreed, "but it's more than that. The patterns, the relationships between the constellations. I believe the observatory wasn't just recording what they could see, it was processing it to plot a course." "A course?" Camille echoed. "You mean like navigation?" Elise nodded, her eyes bright. "Exactly like navigation, but not across the surface of Arrakis or even through space as we typically think of it. I think they were trying to map something else entirely." She turned to a particular page in her notebook and pointed to a complex diagram she had drawn. Interconnected points of light forming a 3-dimensional lattice. "In my dreams, she's been showing me more," Elise said quietly. "The woman astronomer. She's been teaching me about what they were doing, what they were looking for." The others leaned in closer, examining the diagram with newfound interest. He believed that within the movement of the stars, the relationship between celestial bodies, there was a pattern that transcended physical space, Elise continued. A map to something else, another level of existence, perhaps, or a way to perceive time differently. "And did they find it?" Jula asked, her voice hushed. "This pattern?" Elise shook her head slowly. "I don't know. The dreams only show me fragments, but I think they were close when something happened. Something that forced them to abandon their work." "The observatory was half buried," Tyra mused. "Perhaps a massive sandstorm? Or a political change?" Wren suggested. "Funding withdrawn, research deemed unimportant or even dangerous?" "Whatever it was," Camel said thoughtfully, "they left their instruments in place as though they expected to return. Or hoped someone else would continue their work," Joa added. They fell silent, contemplating the implications. The idea that they had stumbled upon not just an abandoned structure, but an unfinished quest, a scientific pursuit that had been interrupted centuries ago, gave their discovery a new dimension of poignancy and purpose. "What if we went back?" Joa said suddenly. "The observatory might be completely buried by now, but we know where it is. We could excavate it properly. The guild would never authorize such an expedition based on dreams and suppositions," Camel pointed out. "Then we don't tell them about the dreams," Taro suggested. "We present it as an archaeological find of potential historical significance." "Even then," Wren said, "we'd need sponsors, equipment, permissions. But it's not impossible." Elise said quietly. Her fingers traced the star diagram she had drawn. And I think we're meant to go back. To continue what they started. Again they fell silent, each considering the paths that had led them to this moment and the new direction that now beckoned. It would not be easy to return to the broken observatory, to excavate it properly and attempt to understand its true purpose. But the possibility of continuing a quest begun centuries ago, of connecting with those long-gone astronomers not just through dreams but through shared purpose, that possibility gleamed like a distant star, remote but compelling. I say we try, Joa declared, her young face alight with determination. Even if it takes years to arrange, even if we have to save our wages and do it ourselves. We found the observatory for a reason. One by one, they nodded in agreement. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, guided by the memories of those who had gazed at the stars before them, seeking patterns and connections across the vast reaches of space and time. As they continued to discuss possibilities and plans long into the night, the stars wheeled overhead, following their ancient paths across the sky of Arrakis, and perhaps, in the depths of the desert, beneath the shifting sands, the broken lens of the observatory caught some faint reflection of their light, a silent witness to the endless human quest to understand the cosmos and our place within it. The young mapmakers had found more than a forgotten structure in the desert. They had discovered one of the hidden bones of Arrakis, a fragment of the planet's past that had reached out to them across time, sharing its secrets and its purpose. In doing so, it had changed the course of their lives, setting them on a path that would connect them to seekers who had lived and died centuries before, united by a common gaze toward the stars and a common wonder at the mysteries they contained. And the woman astronomer, whether a ghost or a memory or merely a dream, seemed to watch over them with quiet approval as they pledged themselves to a quest begun long before their births, a quest to decipher the language of the stars and read in it messages meant for those with patience to listen and courage to understand. The heat of the day had begun to fade as the sisters made their way along the base of Tharthar Ridge, their still suits humming softly with the recycled moisture of their bodies. Lena, the elder at 17, led the way with the confident stride of one who had walked the desert paths many times before. Behind her, Sia, just 13, followed closely, her eyes constantly scanning the horizon where heat still shimmered above the sand. They had set out from their siege at midnight against the warnings of their elders, determined to chase the spice mirage that appeared in this region during the time of the second moon's waxing. Their grandmother had spoken of it often, a shimmering vision that danced on the edge of perception, leading those who followed it to places of wonder or peril, depending on the desert's mood and the worthiness of the seekers. "Are you certain this is the right path?" Sia asked, adjusting the sand filter of her still suit. "We've been walking for hours, and the sun will set soon." Lena paused, turning to look back at her younger sister with a patient smile. Grandmother's directions were clear. Along the ridge until we reach the stone that looks like a hawk in flight. Then into the maze of rocks just beyond. The mirage appears as the second moon rises. Sia nodded, trusting her sister's memory and judgment as she always had. Since their parents had been lost in a spice harvester accident 3 years ago, Lena had become her anchor, her guide through the complexities of Fremen life. Their grandmother had raised them with stories and wisdom, but it was Lena who translated those teachings into practical lessons for navigating both the physical and social landscapes of Arrakis. "There," Lena said suddenly, pointing to a formation of wind-carved rock that jutted from the ridge. In the slanting light of the setting sun, it did indeed resemble a hawk with wings outstretched. frozen in eternal flight over the desert sea. We're close now. Beyond the Hawkstone, the landscape changed. The relatively smooth base of the ridge gave way to a labyrinth of stone formations, narrow passages between tall rocks, small plateaus and hidden alcoves carved by wind and rare but violent water flows over millennia. It was a place where one could easily become lost without a guide or a map. But Lena moved with purpose, following some inner compass that Sia couldn't perceive. They wound their way through passages that sometimes narrowed until their shoulders brushed the stone on either side, then opened into small, sheltered spaces where hardy desert plants had taken root in the minimal soil. The suns were setting now, painting the stone around them in shades of amber and gold. The air began to cool rapidly, as it always did in the desert once the harsh light of day retreated. Soon the first moon would rise, followed by its smaller sibling, and then, perhaps, they would see the mirage their grandmother had described. "We should find a place to rest while we wait," Lena suggested, surveying their surroundings. "There, that looks promising." She indicated a small plateau about halfway up the ridge, accessible by a natural staircase of stone ledges. They climbed carefully, their muscles weary from the long walk, but their movements sure from years of navigating the challenging terrain of their desert home. The plateau offered a perfect vantage point. Before them stretched the vast expanse of the desert, now darkening to deep blue as night approached. Behind and above them loomed the higher reaches of Tharthar Ridge, its stone face still holding the day's warmth. They settled on the smooth stone, removing their stillsuit hoods and face masks to enjoy the relative coolness of the evening air. From her pack, Lena produced a small parcel wrapped in cloth. Inside were date cakes made by their grandmother, dense with nutrition and sweetness, and a small water container. They ate in comfortable silence, savoring the taste of home as they watched the first stars appear in the deepening sky. "Grandmother says that each star is a story," Sia said softly, breaking the silence, "and that if you listen carefully on still nights, you can hear them telling their tales." Lena smiled. "She also says that half of what she tells us is superstition, and the other half is exaggeration, and it's our job to figure out which is which." Sia laughed, the sound bright and clear in the quiet evening, and when I asked her how to tell the difference, she just winked at me and said, "That, my little bird, is the lesson." They shared a moment of fond remembrance for their grandmother's enigmatic wisdom, her way of teaching through paradox and gentle misdirection. She believed that truths discovered were more powerful than truths simply told, and so she had filled their childhood with mysteries to unravel and puzzles to solve. As they watched, the first moon rose over the horizon, its light casting long shadows across the desert floor. The stone around them began to glow with a soft, pearlescent quality, the minerals within it catching and reflecting the moonlight. "Look," Lena whispered, pointing to the ridge above them. "The path continues." Indeed, where there had seemed to be only sheer rock face before, the moonlight now revealed a narrow trail zigzagging up the side of the ridge. It was as though the light had uncovered a secret written in the stone itself, invisible in the harsh glare of day, but clear in the gentle illumination of night. "Should we follow it?" Sia asked, her voice hushed with wonder and a touch of apprehension. Lena considered, her head tilted slightly as she studied the newly revealed path. "Yes," she decided, "this is the way to the Mirage. I'm certain of it." They packed away the remains of their meal and donned their stillsuit hoods again, though they left their face masks rolled down. The night air was cool enough now that moisture conservation was less critical, and they wanted their vision unobstructed for the climb. The path was narrow but not treacherous, winding its way through the rock formations with a natural logic that suggested it had been formed by water long ago, when Arrakis had been a different world. As they climbed higher, the sounds of the desert night rose around them, the distant call of a night bird, the soft rustle of a small creature moving through sparse vegetation, the whisper of sand shifting in the gentle breeze. And there was something else, a sound so subtle that at first Sia thought she was imagining it. A kind of melody carried on the wind, rising and falling like a voice, singing just at the edge of hearing. "Do you hear that?" she asked her sister, pausing to listen more intently. Lena stopped, her head cocked slightly. "Yes," she said after a moment. "The wind in the rocks. Grandmother called it the breath of ancestors when we were small. Remember how she said the old ones speak through the wind if we have ears to hear?" Sia nodded, remembering the stories their grandmother had told them on wind-loud nights when the Sietch seemed to hum with voices from the past. According to her, the rocks of Arrakis held memories of all who had ever lived upon its surface, and sometimes, when the wind passed through certain formations, those memories found voice. As they continued to climb, the melody grew more distinct, though never quite resolving into words. It was a haunting sound, ancient and somehow familiar, like a lullaby half remembered from earliest childhood. The second moon began to rise as they reached a bend in the path. Its light, joining that of its larger companion, illuminated a sight that made both sisters stop in their tracks, breath caught in their throats. Before them, nestled in a natural amphitheater of stone, lay a small pool of water. Its surface was mirror-smooth, reflecting the two moons and the star-filled sky in perfect detail. Around its edges grew a sparse ring of desert plants, hardy succulents and small, twisted trees that had found just enough moisture to survive in this sheltered place. "A sand pool," Lena whispered, using the old Fremen term for these rare, hidden sources of water. "I thought they were myths." Sia moved forward slowly, almost reverently. "Is it safe?" she asked, unable to take her eyes from the shimmering surface. Lena followed, approaching the edge of the pool with cautious steps. She knelt and examined the water carefully, using all the desert wisdom their grandmother had taught them. The water was clear, without the milky appearance that would indicate dangerous minerals. Small insects skimmed its surface, and tiny fish, no larger than her smallest finger, darted in the shallows near the edge. "It's safe," she confirmed, her voice filled with wonder. "A hidden oasis, untouched." Sia joined her sister at the water's edge, hardly believing what she was seeing. Water, freestanding, open water, was so rare on Arrakis that most Fremen would live their entire lives without encountering it outside of carefully managed Sietch cisterns and catch basins. And in the center of the pool, as though placed there by a careful hand, floated a single desert lily, its white petals open to the moonlight, its center glowing with a soft amber luminescence. "It's beautiful," Sia breathed, "like something from a dream." As they watched, entranced by the sight, a movement on the rocks above the pool caught their attention. A desert fox, its fur the same pale color as the surrounding stone, stood on a ledge overlooking the water. Its intelligent eyes studied them with curious regard, its ears perked forward attentively. "Look," Lena murmured, nodding toward the fox without making any sudden movements. "A guardian of the place." The fox watched them for a long moment, then settled on its haunches, apparently deciding they posed no threat. It made no move to approach the water, though surely it must have been thirsty in the desert heat. "Why doesn't it drink?" Sia wondered aloud. "Perhaps it's not here for water, Lena suggested, her voice soft with speculation. Perhaps it's here for the same reason we are, to witness something rare and wondrous. The melody in the wind continued, stronger now in this sheltered place, as though the rocks around the pool were specially shaped to capture and amplify the sound. It was a soothing harmony, like the gentlest of voices, singing a song without words. Lena began to undo the fastenings of her stillsuit, her movements deliberate and unhurried. "What are you doing?" Sia asked, surprised. "I'm going to swim," Lena replied simply. "When will we ever have such a chance again? To feel water all around us, to float beneath the stars?" Sia hesitated. Years of Fremen water discipline warring with the undeniable allure of the pool. To immerse oneself in water, to surrender to its embrace rather than carefully rationing every precious drop. It was almost unthinkable. And yet, grandmother would say we're being wasteful, she said. But her hands were already moving to her own stillsuit fastenings. Lena smiled. Grandmother would say that the desert gives rare gifts, and only a fool refuses them out of blind adherence to rules made for different circumstances. Sia laughed softly, recognizing the truth in this. Their grandmother was indeed a pragmatist beneath her mystical exterior, always teaching them that wisdom lay in knowing when to bend rules as much as in knowing when to follow them. They removed their stillsuits carefully, folding them and placing them safely on a dry rock well back from the water's edge. Beneath, they wore the simple shifts that all Fremen women wore, as the base layer of their desert attire. Lena was the first to step into the pool, her intake of breath, sharp but pleased as the water cooled but not cold, enveloped her feet and ankles. "It's perfect," she said, wonder in her voice. Not too cold, not too warm. Sia followed, marveling at the sensation of water flowing around her legs as she waded deeper. The bottom of the pool was smooth stone, worn by water and time into a gentle basin. It deepened gradually toward the center, where the desert lily floated in solitary splendor. When they reached the middle, the water came to just below their shoulders. They stood there for a moment, adjusting to the novel sensation of being partially submerged. Then, with a shared look of delight, they allowed themselves to float, their bodies supported by the buoyant embrace of the pool. Above them, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, watched over by the twin moons of Arrakis. Above them, the desert fox observed from its rocky perch, unmoving but alert. Time seemed to slow, to stretch and pool like the water itself. They floated in silence for a while, each lost in private wonder at this unexpected gift from the desert. The water held them with gentle pressure, a kind of embrace that neither of them had experienced before. It was profoundly soothing, washing away the fatigue of their journey and the ever-present tension of desert survival. "Do you remember?" Lena said eventually, her voice dreamy with contentment. "The story grandmother told us about the water spirits of old Arrakis?" Sia made a small sound of affirmation, unwilling to break the peaceful spell by speaking too loudly. She said that before the great drying, when rivers flowed on the surface and rain fell from the sky, there were spirits who lived in every body of water. When the climate changed and the desert spread, these spirits retreated underground with the last of the freestanding water. But they never left Arrakis entirely. Sia turned her head slightly to look at her sister, whose hair floated around her face in a dark cloud. "I remember," she said. "They keep the last pools hidden, revealing them only to those who have the greatest need or the purest hearts." Lena nodded, her gaze on the stars above. "She said they can sense intention, these water spirits. They know if you come with greed or violence in your heart, seeking to take the water for yourself alone. But if you come with wonder and respect, seeking only to commune with the memory of what Arrakis once was, then they might show you a miracle, Saya finished. A place where water still flows freely, if only for a night. A comfortable silence fell between them again, broken only by the soft lapping of water against stone and the continuing melody of the wind. The desert lily drifted closer to them, as though drawn by their conversation, its petals seeming to pulse with inner light. "Is that what this is?" Sia asked after a while. "A miracle shown to us by water spirits? Or just a natural phenomenon, a quirk of geology that has preserved this pool over centuries?" Lena considered the question, her face thoughtful in the moonlight. "Does it matter?" she replied eventually. "Either way, it's a gift. Either way, it's beautiful." Sia nodded, accepting the wisdom in her sister's response. The distinction between miracle and natural wonder was perhaps less important than the experience itself, the moment of beauty and peace granted to them in the midst of their harsh desert existence. The fox shifted on its rocky perch, drawing their attention once more. It stood, stretched in a leisurely manner, then settled again, its tail curled neatly around its paws. Its eyes continued to watch them with that inscrutable animal intelligence, neither hostile nor entirely friendly. "I wonder if it's really a fox at all," Sia mused, keeping her voice low as though to avoid startling the creature. "Or if it's something else, something older, watching us in a form we can understand. Like a water spirit in animal form." Lena smiled, but it wasn't a dismissive expression. On Arrakis, where sandworms grew to the size of small mountains and carried the consciousness of ancient beings, few possibilities were too strange to consider. "Grandmother would say we're both right, probably," Sia said with a small laugh. "That it's a fox and something more, depending on how we choose to see it." She always did prefer "and" to "or" when it came to explanations, Lena agreed, her smile widening with affection for their grandmother's particular brand of inclusive logic. They continued to float, occasionally swimming gently around the periphery of the pool, but always returning to the center where the lily drifted. The water remained at a perfect temperature, neither warming nor cooling as the night deepened. The melody in the wind shifted subtly, following patterns that felt almost familiar, like fragments of songs they had heard in dreams. "Tell me a story," Sia said eventually, her voice soft with contentment. "Like when we were small, and you would tell me tales to help me sleep during sandstorms." Lena was quiet for a moment, gathering her thoughts. When she spoke, her voice took on the rhythmic cadence that Sia remembered from childhood, a storyteller's voice that could weave worlds with words. Long ago, when Arrakis was young and the first humans had just arrived to make their home upon its surface, there lived two sisters who were tasked with finding water for their clan. They were clever and brave, these sisters, and they had learned to read the signs that would lead them to hidden sources. The slight greenness of a certain plant, the behavior of desert creatures at dawn, the way sound carried differently over land that concealed moisture. Sia closed her eyes, letting her body float freely as she listened to her sister's tale. The water supported her effortlessly, cradling her beneath the star-filled sky. On day, the sisters set out to follow a particularly promising sign. A mirage that appeared and disappeared at the edge of vision, shimmering like water but vanishing when approached directly. Their elders warned against chasing such apparitions, saying they would lead only to disappointment and possible death in the deep desert. But the sisters were determined, for their clan's need was great. The desert fox on the ledge seemed to be listening too, its ears perked forward attentively as Lena's voice rose and fell with the rhythm of the story. They followed the mirage for 3 days and 3 nights, always keeping it just within sight, adjusting their course as it shifted and danced before them. On the morning of the 4th day, they found themselves at the base of a great ridge of stone, its surface carved by wind into fantastic shapes. The mirage had disappeared entirely, and they feared their quest had indeed been foolish. Lena paused, trailing her fingers through the water, creating ripples that spread outward in perfect circles. But as they prepared to begin the long journey home, empty-handed and heavy-hearted, the younger sister noticed a small opening in the rock face, barely large enough for a person to pass through. From within came a sound like gentle singing, though whether it was water or wind she couldn't tell. Curious, they squeezed through the opening and found themselves in a vast cavern, its ceiling so high that it was lost in shadows. And at the center of the cavern lay a lake, its surface so still that it mirrored the stalactites above perfectly, creating the illusion of endless depth. Sia's breathing had slowed, matching the rhythm of her sister's words. The story was new to her, not one of their grandmother's tales, but something Lena was creating in this moment, inspired perhaps by their own experience. The sisters approached the lake with reverence, hardly daring to believe their eyes. As they reached its edge, the surface of the water began to shimmer, and from its depths emerged a figure, neither human nor animal, but something in between, its form shifting and flowing like the water itself. It spoke to them in a voice like the wind through stone, telling them that they had been chosen to witness one of Arrakis's most closely guarded secrets. The wind's melody seemed to intensify as Lena spoke, as though responding to the tale, adding its voice to hers. Arrakis was not always as you see it now, the water spirit told the sisters. Once, rivers flowed across its surface, and rain fell freely from the sky. The change came gradually, then suddenly, as changes often do. But the memory of water remains, deep within the planet's bones. And sometimes, when the need is great and the heart is true, that memory can be awakened. Lena's voice had taken on a different quality, deeper and somehow more resonant, as though she were channeling the voice of the water spirit in her story. Sia opened her eyes briefly to look at her sister, whose face was tilted toward the stars, her expression serene and distant. The spirit explained that beneath the desert lay vast reservoirs of water, remnants of ancient seas that had been trapped underground when the climate shifted. Most were inaccessible, sealed away by layers of rock and sand, but some could be reached if one knew the way. Your people can survive here, the spirit said, but you must learn to listen to the planet itself, to understand its rhythms, and respect its ways. The water is not gone, it is merely hidden, waiting for those who have the wisdom to find it without destroying the balance that sustains all life. The desert lily had drifted closer as Lena spoke, its petals now fully open, its amber center glowing more brightly. The fox on the ledge had moved to the very edge of its perch, its attention fixed on the storyteller with an intensity that seemed almost human. The spirit taught the sisters many secrets, how to find the hidden signs that would lead them to underground water, how to dig wells that would not collapse, how to create catch basins that would preserve every precious drop of the rare rainfall. But most importantly, it taught them to see Arrakis not as an enemy to be conquered, but as a teacher whose harsh lessons contained the seeds of profound wisdom. Lena's voice grew softer, more intimate as the story approached its conclusion. Before sending them back to their clan with newfound knowledge, the spirit made the sisters promise that they would share these secrets only with those who would use them wisely and respectfully. The water of Arrakis is not merely a resource to be exploited, it warned them. It is the lifeblood of the planet, and those who waste it or hoard it selfishly will find that the desert has ways of reclaiming what is stolen. The sisters promised solemnly, understanding that they had been entrusted with knowledge that could save or destroy their people, depending on how it was used. The melody in the wind had reached a kind of crescendo, harmonizing with Lena's words in a way that sent a pleasant shiver down Sia's spine. When the sisters returned to their clan, they brought not only practical knowledge of how to find and preserve water, but also a new way of thinking about their relationship with Arrakis. They taught their people to see the desert not as a cruel wasteland, but as a complex living system with its own intelligence and purpose. This wisdom, passed down through generations, allowed their descendants to thrive in a place where others merely survived or perished. Lena fell silent, the tale complete. The wind's melody continued for a moment longer, then gradually subsided to its previous gentle murmur. The desert lily drifted away, returning to the center of the pool as though its role in the story had concluded. "Did grandmother tell you that story?" Sia asked after a while, her voice hushed with wonder. Lena shook her head slightly, droplets of water catching the moonlight as they fell from her hair. "No," she admitted. "It came to me just now as though someone were whispering it in my ear. Almost as though the water itself were telling the tale." Sia finished for her, understanding instantly what her sister meant. They shared a look of quiet amazement, neither quite willing to articulate the implication of what they had experienced. It was enough to feel it, to know in some wordless way that they had been granted a glimpse of something ancient and profound. The fox on the ledge stood up suddenly, stretching its lithe body in a fluid motion. It regarded them one last time with those intelligent eyes, then turned and disappeared into the shadows of the rocks above. "I think our guardian has decided we're trustworthy," Lena said with a small smile. "Or perhaps it's simply time for us to leave as well," Sio suggested. "Dawn will come soon." Indeed, the quality of the darkness had changed subtly, a hint of lightening at the very edge of the eastern horizon. The stars were beginning to fade, though the moon still hung bright in the sky. With mutual reluctance, they swam to the edge of the pool and climbed out onto the smooth stone. Water streamed from their shifts and hair, quickly evaporating in the dry desert air. Despite the coolness of the night, they didn't feel cold. The stone beneath their feet seemed to radiate a gentle warmth, as though the day's heat had been stored and was now being released slowly. As they dressed in their still suits again, Sia cast a longing look back at the pool, already missing the embrace of the water. "Will it still be here tomorrow?" she wondered aloud. "Could we return?" Lena considered the question seriously, her gaze moving from the pool to the surrounding rocks, then up to the lightening sky. "I don't know," she said honestly. Grandmother's stories always suggested that such places reveal themselves according to their own rhythms, not ours. We might find our way back here 100 times and see nothing but stone, or we might return tomorrow and find the pool exactly as it is now. "But we'll try," Sia pressed, unwilling to think that this experience might be singular, never to be repeated. Lena smiled, reaching out to smooth a strand of damp hair from her sister's forehead in a gesture of affection. "Of course we'll try, and even if we never find it again, we'll have this night, this memory." They finished dressing and gathered their few belongings, preparing for the journey back to their siege. As they turned to leave, Sia paused for one last look at the pool. The desert lily still floated at its center, its petals now beginning to close as dawn approached. "Thank you," she whispered, addressing the water, the stones, the invisible presence she had felt during her sister's story. Whatever combination of natural wonder and deeper mystery had granted them this gift. The wind picked up briefly, carrying a sound that might have been a response, or might simply have been the sigh of air moving through stone. Either way, Sia felt a sense of completion, of a circle properly closed. They made their way back down the path they had followed, which seemed somehow easier to discern in the pre-dawn light than it had been the previous evening. The melody in the wind accompanied them partway down the ridge, then gradually faded as they reached the wider passages near the base. As they emerged from the maze of rocks and began the journey across open desert toward their home, the first sun crested the horizon, casting long shadows behind them. Sia glanced back at Tharthar Ridge, its stone face now painted in shades of rose and gold by the morning light. For an instant, she thought she saw a flicker of movement high on the ridge, perhaps the desert fox watching their departure, or perhaps it was merely a trick of light and shadow, the desert playing one final game with her perceptions. "What will we tell grandmother?" she asked as they walked, their strides matching naturally despite the difference in their heights. Lena considered for a moment. Everything, she decided. Or almost everything. We'll tell her about finding the pool, about swimming beneath the stars, about the desert lily and the fox that watched us, about the melody in the wind and the story it seemed to inspire. "Do you think she'll believe us?" Sia was skeptical. Their grandmother had always encouraged imagination, but she also had a sharp eye for exaggeration and embellishment. "I think," Lena said with a small, knowing smile, "that she's been waiting for us to find such a place for years. I think she's dropped hints in her stories, little breadcrumbs of guidance, hoping we would eventually follow them to our own discovery." Sia thought about this, recalling the many tales their grandmother had told them of hidden places in the desert, of secrets waiting to be found by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. Perhaps Lena was right. Perhaps the old woman had been preparing them all along for just such an experience. "And what about the spice mirage?" Sia asked suddenly, remembering the original purpose of their journey. "We never actually saw it." Lena laughed, the sound bright and clear in the morning air. "Didn't we? What would you call a pool of water that appears and disappears at the whim of moon and stone, if not a mirage of sorts? Perhaps the spice mirage was never what we thought it was. Perhaps it was just grandmother's way of sending us to find something else entirely." As they continued their journey home across the awakening desert, Sia found herself smiling at her sister's insight. The hidden sand pool had been a gift more precious than any spice vision, a moment of perfect peace and connection in the midst of Arrakis's harsh beauty, a glimpse of what the planet might once have been, and might someday be again. Whether they ever found their way back to that secret place between the stones of Tharthar Ridge was, in the end, less important than what they had discovered there. A deeper understanding of Arrakis's hidden nature, and of their own place within its ancient story. The memory of floating beneath the stars, of water's embrace and wind's melody, would remain with them always, a secret treasure to sustain them through whatever challenges the desert might yet present. And perhaps, Sia thought as the suns rose higher and the siege came into view, that was the true purpose of such hidden wonders. Not merely to be found, but to become part of those who found them, changing them in subtle but permanent ways. The bones of Arrakis had many stories to tell, for those willing to listen. She and Lena had heard one such story now, had become part of it, and would carry it forward in their own way, adding their experience to the ancient, ongoing tale of humans and desert, of water remembered and wisdom earned. The sand pool might remain hidden for years or centuries before revealing itself again to another pair of seekers. But its gift, the gift of wonder, of connection, of sacred stillness, would continue to ripple outward through time, like the circles that had spread from their bodies as they floated in its perfect embrace. The blade of Kellar's digging tool struck something hard beneath the sand, producing a hollow sound that was different from the usual resistance of rock. He paused, wiping sweat from his brow despite the efficiency of his stillsuit. The afternoon sun beat down mercilessly on the training grounds where he and the other young Fremen were digging trenches, part of their preparation for eventual water conservation projects that would, generations hence, transform the face of Arrakis. At 16, Kellar was the youngest of the group selected for this specialized training. The honor had been unexpected, and he felt the weight of it each day as he worked alongside others who seemed more naturally suited to the task. While they discussed flow rates and soil composition with easy familiarity, Kellar found himself drawn more to the stories embedded in the landscape, the history written in stone and sand that spoke of what had been and what might be again. Now, as his tool struck that unexpected obstacle, his curiosity awakened. Glancing around to ensure that Chani, their instructor, was occupied with the others some distance away, Kellar knelt and began to clear away the sand more carefully, using his hands rather than the tool. As the sand fell away, he uncovered what appeared to be a section of curved metal, its surface corroded by time and the harsh chemistry of Arrakis' soil. It was clearly manufactured, not natural, and older than anything Kellar had seen before. Intrigued, he worked more quickly, uncovering more of the curved surface until he realized it was the top of some kind of dome or art. Chani should be informed, he murmured to himself, knowing that protocol demanded he report any unusual findings immediately. But something held him back. A sense that this discovery was meant for him alone, at least initially. Just a few more minutes of exploration couldn't hurt. As he cleared more sand, Kellar found that the metal dome had partially collapsed on one side, creating an opening just large enough for a person to slip through. The sand had poured in through this breach, but it appeared that much of the structure beneath might still be intact, protected by the durable material of its shell. The sensible course would be to step back, mark the location, and report it. But the opening seemed to beckon to him, promising answers to questions he hadn't even formed yet. Making a quick decision, Kellar wiggled his slender body through the gap, careful not to disturb any loose material that might cause a further collapse. Inside, he found himself in a space much larger than he had expected, illuminated by thin beams of sunlight that penetrated through small breaches in the dome above. Dust motes danced in these shafts of light, swirling in patterns that seemed almost purposeful, as though they were trying to guide his attention. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness, Kellar began to make out details of the chamber. It had once been perfectly circular, though part of the wall had given way under the pressure of encroaching sand. The floor was tiled in a geometric pattern that reminded him of water ripples, and the walls, where they remained intact, were covered in faded murals. Moving closer to one section of wall, Kellar brushed away centuries of dust to reveal images that made his breath catch. Figures in what appeared to be very early versions of stillsuits, gathered around pools of blue that could only represent water. Some were pouring water from containers into larger reservoirs. Others appeared to be engaged in some kind of ritual, their hands raised toward a painted sky where 3 moons hung in impossible proximity. The first water horde, he whispered, recognition dawning. He had heard the term in the teachings, a semi-mythical place dating back to the earliest Fremen settlements, where the first water conservation efforts had begun. Most considered it a legend, a story told to emphasize the ancient roots of their water discipline. But here was evidence that it had been real. As he moved around the chamber, Kelard discovered more rusted tools that might have been used for digging wells or maintaining collection systems, broken pottery that had likely held water for ceremonial purposes, and, most significantly, a series of cisterns built into the floor, their covers long since collapsed into their depths. One cistern, however, appeared relatively intact. Its lid, made of the same metal as the dome, had held firm against time and pressure. Curiosity overwhelming caution, Kellar knelt beside it, examining the locking mechanism that had kept it sealed for countless generations. It was ingenious in its simplicity, a series of counterweights that would allow the cover to be lifted with minimal effort despite its mass. With careful pressure applied in just the right places, Kellar felt the mechanism release. The cover shifted slightly, releasing a breath of air that carried a scent he couldn't immediately identify. Neither completely stale nor fresh, but somehow both ancient and alive. Slowly, he lifted the cover away, setting it carefully aside to reveal the cistern below. It was, as he had expected, completely dry. But unlike the other cisterns, whose interiors were visible through their broken covers, this one had been perfectly preserved. Its walls were lined with a material he didn't recognize, still smooth and unblemished. At the bottom lay a fine layer of sediment that might once have been the remains of the last water it had held. But what caught Kellar's attention was a small object resting in the center of the cistern floor, gleaming dully in the faint light. It seemed out of place, as though it had been deliberately placed there, rather than left behind when the water evaporated. Stretching his arm down into the cistern, Kellar was just able to reach the object with his fingertips. He drew it up carefully and held it in his palm, examining it with growing wonder. It was a token or medallion of some kind, perfectly preserved, carved from a material that resembled bone but was harder, more durable. On one side was the image of a crescent moon rendered with remarkable artistry. On the other, symbols in a script he didn't recognize. As he turned the token in his hands, a shadow fell across the chamber entrance. Kellard looked up sharply, half expecting to see Chani or one of the other trainers coming to reprimand him for his unauthorized exploration. Instead, he saw a figure he recognized immediately, though its presence here was unexpected. "Stilgar," Kellar said, quickly rising to his feet in respect for the naib of their siege. "I was just..." Stilgar raised a hand, silencing Kellar's attempted explanation. The older man's face was impossible to read as he ducked through the opening and straightened to his full height inside the chamber. His eyes, deep blue from spice saturation, took in the scene with a single sweeping glance. "You have found something significant," Stilgar said at last. It wasn't a question. "Yes, Naib," Kellar replied, holding out the token, and this was inside that sealed cistern. Stilgar approached and took the token, examining it with the careful attention he gave to all things related to water. His face remained impassive, but Kellar thought he detected a flicker of recognition in the man's eyes. "You understand what you have discovered?" Stilgar asked, returning the token to Kellar's palm and closing the young man's fingers around it. "I think it's the first water hoard," Kellar said, gaining confidence from Stilgar's lack of rebuke. "From the earliest settlements, before the sieges were established, the murals show water rituals that aren't practiced anymore, but the intent seems similar to our current water discipline." Stilgar nodded slowly, his gaze moving to the murals that Kellar had uncovered. "You are partially correct," he said. "This is indeed a water conservation facility from the early days, but it is not the first hoard as you call it. It is one of many such facilities from that period, a time when our ancestors were first learning to adapt to Arrakis' harsh conditions." He moved around the chamber, examining the murals with the air of one who could read their stories more fluently than Kellar. These images depict the water distribution rites of the Second Settlement era. Here, he indicated a section showing figures in ceremonial poses around a central pool, is the gathering of dew, a ceremony where water collected from night traps would be brought to a central location and combined with the community reserve. Kellar followed Stilgar's guidance, seeing the murals with new understanding. What had seemed simply decorative now revealed itself as a historical record, a teaching tool for those who knew how to read it. And here, Stilgar continued, moving to another section, is the counting of drops, where each family's water contribution would be measured and recorded. He traced a finger along a row of symbols near the bottom of the mural. These are water markers, a record of amounts contributed and owed. Like our current water accounting, Kellar said, making the connection, but more ceremonial. Indeed, Stilgar agreed. In those early days, water discipline was being established not just as practical necessity, but as spiritual practice. The reverence for water that now permeates all aspects of Fremen life was being codified, written into our cultural memory through ritual and symbol. He turned to look at Kellar with new appraisal. You were drawn to this place. What did you feel as you explored it? Kellar considered the question carefully, knowing that Stilgar would accept nothing less than complete honesty. Reverence, he said finally, but not sadness exactly. It feels like a place where hope was buried, but not in a way that meant despair, more like, he struggled to find the right words. Like seeds are buried, meant to grow later. A rare smile touched Stilgar's weathered face. Well said, young one. These places do indeed hold the seeds of our future, planted by those who knew they would not live to see them sprout. He gestured to the token in Kellar's hand. That is a water marker from the early Second Settlement era. The crescent moon represents the first third of a standard water measure, the amount one person would need for approximately 10 days in a still suit. The symbols on the reverse are the maker's mark and the community identifier. Kellar looked at the token with renewed wonder. It's a water record, he said, but also a promise, the physical embodiment of the community's commitment to each individual's survival. And the individual's commitment to the community, Stilgar added. Such tokens would be contributed to communal water reserves in times of plenty, to be reclaimed in times of need. The system evolved into our current water accounting, but these physical representations fell out of use generations ago. He glanced around the chamber once more. This place should be properly documented and preserved, he said. It is a significant historical find, but before others come, there is something you should experience. He gestured to the open cistern. Tonight, you will sleep here, beside this empty vessel that once held life for our ancestors. Sometimes, in such places, wisdom can be found in dreams that cannot be accessed while awake. Kellar's surprise must have shown on his face, for Stilgar added, It is an old practice, rarely spoken of, a form of seeking that predates even these ruins. I will tell Chani and the others that you are undertaking a special training assignment. No one will disturb you until morning. Before Kellar could respond, Stilgar was moving toward the entrance. At the opening he paused and looked back. The past of Arrakis lies buried in layers like sediment in a forgotten system. Those who learn to read these layers gain understanding not just of what was, but of what may yet be. With that cryptic statement, he ducked through the opening and was gone, leaving Kellar alone with the ancient chamber and its secrets. As the day progressed toward evening, Kellar continued his exploration of the ruins, careful not to damage anything, but documenting mentally everything he found. He discovered more murals beneath the dust, each depicting aspects of early water conservation efforts, or the rituals that had grown around them. Some showed techniques that were still recognizable in current Fremen practice. Others depicted methods that had apparently been abandoned as inefficient or impractical. One section of wall, better preserved than the rest, showed what appeared to be a map of the region as it had been when the facility was active. Kellar could make out landmarks that still existed, certain distinctive rock formations and topographical features. But the map also showed features that were no longer present. Small blue areas that might have represented surface water, and green patches that could only have been areas of vegetation. It was a vision of an Arrakis that was still in transition from what planetary ecologists suspected had once been a much less arid world to the desert planet it was now. The realization gave Kellar a strange feeling of connection across time, as though he were witnessing the birth of his people's relationship with their harsh home. As the light began to fade and the thin beams from above dimmed, Kellar prepared for his night in the ancient chamber. He had his small emergency kit with him, which included a glow lamp for illumination and a compact bedroll that would provide some comfort on the hard floor. Stilgar had instructed him to sleep beside the open cistern, so he arranged his simple bed there, positioning the glow lamp to cast just enough light to keep the darkness at bay without overwhelming the natural dimness of the space. The token he placed carefully on the edge of the cistern, where it caught the lamp's light and seemed to glow with an inner luminescence. As he settled onto his bedroll, Kellar found himself wondering what Stilgar had meant about wisdom found in dreams. Was it merely a poetic way of saying that quiet contemplation could lead to insights, or was there something more literal about the instruction? Some quality of this place that might influence his sleeping mind? Such questions followed him as he drifted towards sleep, his body tired from the day's labor and discovery, his mind still active with all he had learned. The last thing he was aware of before sleep claimed him was the soft sound of his own breathing, echoing slightly in the circular chamber, and the gleam of the crescent moon on the ancient water token. His dream began simply enough. He was still in the chamber, but it was different. The murals were vibrant with color, as though freshly painted, and the cisterns were intact, their covers sealed. The most striking difference, however, was that he was not alone. People moved around the space, engaged in activities he couldn't quite focus on, their forms slightly blurred as though seen through heat waves rising from sand. As he watched, the scene seemed to stabilize, the figures becoming more distinct. They wore garments similar to those depicted in the murals, early versions of still suits, less refined than modern ones, but recognizable in function. Their faces were Fremen faces, with the same genetic markers that Kellar saw in his siege every day, the legacy of a people adapted over centuries to desert life. They did not seem aware of Kellar's presence as they went about their tasks. Some were measuring quantities of liquid, water, precious water, pouring from smaller containers into larger ones. Others were marking tallies on what appeared to be record sheets, using writing implements that left dark impressions on the pale material. And there was sound, voices speaking in a dialect that Kellar found he could almost understand. It was clearly an ancestor of modern Fremen language, with similar patterns and cadences, but with differences in specific words and phrases that made full comprehension impossible. One figure separated itself from the others and approached the cistern where Kellar's dreaming self sat. It was a woman, older, with the deep blue eyes of long-term spice consumption and the weathered skin of one who had spent decades in the desert. She knelt beside the cistern and placed her hand upon its cover in what was clearly a gesture of reverence or blessing. Then, to Kellar's surprise, she looked directly at him, her gaze penetrating in a way that suggested she was actually seeing him, unlike the others who continued their activities as though he were invisible. "You are a seeker," she said, and these words Kellar understood perfectly. though they seemed to bypass his ears and resonate directly within his mind. One who listens to the bones of Arrakis. I don't understand, Keller found himself replying, though he wasn't sure if he was speaking aloud or merely thinking the response. The woman smiled, the expression transforming her stern features into something gentle and knowing. The planet remembers, she said. All that has happened upon its surface, all that has been thought and felt and done by those who call it home, the memory lives in stone and sand and air. Most never hear it, too consumed by the immediate demands of survival. But some, like you, have ears attuned to deeper vibrations. She gestured to the cistern between them. We build these repositories for water, thinking only of preserving the physical substance that sustains life. But they become repositories for something else as well, for hope, for intention, for the collective will of a people determined to survive and eventually thrive in a hostile environment. Kalar looked down into the cistern, which in his dream was not empty but filled nearly to the brim with clear water that reflected his face back to him. But the reflection was strange. It showed features that were his and yet not his, more weathered, with eyes of a deeper blue than his own currently displayed. It was as though he was seeing a future version of himself, shaped by decades of desert life and spice exposure. The water remembers, the woman continued, following his gaze to the reflection. It holds the pattern of all it has touched, all it has sustained. When you drink, you take in more than mere moisture. You absorb the memory of cloud and sky, of underground reservoir, of the hands that harvested and stored and valued each precious drop. She reached into the water, her hand passing through the reflection of Kellar's face, causing it to ripple and reform. When she withdrew her hand, she held something. The same crescent moon token that Kellard had found in the dry cistern. Some memories are stored more deliberately, she said, holding up the token so that water droplets fell from it, each one catching light before returning to the larger body with a tiny sound like a bell note. We created these markers as physical reminders of our covenant with each other and with Arrakis itself, a promise that we would never take more than we needed, never waste what was given, never forget the value of each single drop. The token in her hand began to glow with an inner light, and as it did, the chamber around them seemed to shift and change. The walls became transparent, revealing the landscape beyond, but not the desert landscape that Kellar knew. Instead, he saw rolling plains covered with vegetation, streams that flowed freely across the surface, small lakes that reflected a sky filled with clouds. Arrakis remembers, the woman said, her voice taking on a rhythmic quality that suggested ritual speech. It remembers what it was before the great change, and what it may be again with proper stewardship. The desert is not the natural state of this world, but a phase in its long transformation. Those who listen to its bones can hear the story of its past and the possibility of its future. Around them, other voices joined in, creating a chant in that almost familiar dialect. Though Kalar couldn't understand the specific words, the meaning seemed to flow into him nonetheless. A litany that honored water as the source of life, that pledged respect for its power and reverence for its gift, that bound the speakers to each other through their shared commitment to its preservation and fair distribution. The woman placed the token in Kierlar's hand, closing his fingers around it. "Carry this memory," she said, her voice now seeming to come from everywhere at once, blending with the chant until it was indistinguishable from it. "Carry it forward, Seeker. The bones of Arrakis have chosen to speak to you. Listen well and remember." The chant grew louder, filling the chamber with sound that seemed too vast to be contained by its walls. The water in the cistern began to ripple and dance in patterns that matched the rhythm of the voices. The token in Kalar's hand pulsed with warmth, its crescent moon glowing brighter until it rivaled the light of a true moon. And then, gradually, the light, the sound, and the ancient scene began to fade, replaced by the dim interior of the ruined chamber as Kellar knew it in waking life. The cistern beside him was dry once more, the figures gone, the vibrant murals returned to their faded state. But the token remained in his hand, cool against his palm, a tangible connection between dream and reality. Kellar opened his eyes to find the first light of dawn filtering through the breaches in the dome above. He had slept through the night, his dreams more vivid and meaningful than any he could remember having before. The glow lamp had extinguished itself at some point, its power depleted, but there was now enough natural light to see clearly. He sat up slowly, his body stiff from sleeping on the hard ground, but his mind alert and filled with the images and sensations from his dream. The token lay beside him where it must have fallen from his grasp during sleep. As he picked it up, it seemed heavier somehow, more significant, as though the dream memories it had supposedly contained had become accessible to him through his night in this ancient place. Movement at the entrance to the chamber caught his attention. Stilgar stood there, watching him with those deep blue eyes that seemed to see more than was visibly present. "You have dreamed," the Naib said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Kalar replied, rising to his feet. "I dreamed of this place, as it once was, of the people who built and used it. There was a woman who spoke to me about Arrakis remembering its past, and about water holding memories of all it has touched." Stilgar nodded, unsurprised. "The seeking dream," he said. "It comes to those who sleep in the old places with open hearts and quiet minds. Not all receive it, but those who do are marked by the experience." He gestured for Kalar to approach. "Tell me what else you saw." As they ducked through the opening and emerged into the bright morning light of the desert, Kellar described his dream in detail. The vibrant murals, the people going about their water accounting, the woman who had spoken to him directly, the chanting voices, and the vision of Arrakis as it once had been, covered in vegetation with freely flowing water. Stilgar listened without interruption, his face revealing nothing of his thoughts. When Kellar had finished, they stood in silence for a moment, looking out over the training grounds, where the other young Fremen were already beginning to gather for the day's work. "What you experienced," Stilgar said finally, "is something few have known in recent generations. In the old days it was more common, part of the training of those who would become water stewards for their communities. But as survival became more pressing, and our ways more practical, many of the older spiritual practices were set aside or simplified." He turned to look directly at Kellar. "The woman in your dream spoke truly. Arrakis does remember, and its memories are accessible to those with the sensitivity to perceive them. What you saw was not merely a dream, but a kind of communion with the planetary consciousness that our ancestors understood better than we do now." "Planetary consciousness," Kellar repeated, uncertain if Stilgar was speaking literally or metaphorically. "Our living systems develop a form of awareness," Stilgar explained. "An intelligence that is not like human intelligence, but is no less real for being different. Arrakis, shaped by the complex interaction of desert, sandworm spice, and human intervention, has developed such an awareness over millennia. It communicates rarely and subtly, but those who learn to listen can gain insights unavailable through ordinary means." He placed a hand on Kellar's shoulder. The vision you were shown, of Arrakis as it once was and might be again, is one that has guided Fremen planning for generations. Our water conservation efforts, our selective planting, our careful management of sandworm populations, all a part of a larger plan to gradually transform this world back toward what it was before the Great Drying. Kellar's mind raced with the implications. The training he and the others were receiving wasn't just about immediate survival or even about improving conditions in their lifetime. It was part of a plan spanning centuries, even millennia, a plan based on intimate knowledge of Arrakis's past and a vision of its potential future. "The token," he said, holding up the crescent moon carving. "It's not just a water marker, is it? It's a memory stone of some kind, a way of connecting to this larger awareness." Stilgar's eyes showed approval. "It is both," he confirmed. In practical terms, it was indeed used for water accounting, but like many Fremen tools, it served multiple purposes. Such tokens were also used in certain rituals, designed to attune the participant to the deeper rhythms of Arrakis. They served as focal points for meditation and as physical reminders of the covenant between our people and this world. He reached out and touched the token, his weathered finger tracing the crescent moon. "This one has chosen you, it seems. Keep it close. Continue to listen to what it might reveal, and know that what you experienced in the chamber is only the beginning of a deeper understanding." As they walked back toward the training area, where Chani was organizing the day's activities, Kellar felt a profound shift in his perception of his role among the Fremen. What had seemed like practical training for immediate needs now revealed itself as preparation for participation in a grand design, one that connected him not just to his contemporaries, but to countless generations past and future. The bones of Arrakis had spoken to him, as the woman in his dream had said, and he had listened. Now it was his responsibility to carry that memory forward, to be part of the long, slow work of healing a wounded world. The token in his pocket was both burden and blessing, a tangible reminder of all that had been revealed to him in that ancient chamber beneath the sand. As the day's training began, Kellar joined his peers with a new sense of purpose. The trenches they were digging were not just trenches. They were the latest layer in a story that had been unfolding since humans first set foot on Arrakis. And he, like every Fremen before and after him, was both reader and writer of that ongoing tale. The desert stretched around them, harsh and demanding as always. But now, looking at it through the lens of his dream experience, Kellar could almost see the ghost of what it had once been, and the shadow of what it might become. A world where water, though always precious, flowed more freely, nurturing life in all its diversity. It was a vision worth working toward, even if he would not live to see its fulfillment. The token in his pocket seemed to pulse with a subtle warmth, as though responding to his thoughts. The bones of Arrakis were alive with memory, and through them, the desert had begun to sing a song of transformation, a melody that spanned eons, note by note, drop by precious drop. Our journey through the sands of Arrakis comes to a close. Now, you will hear the gentle crackling of fire and ambient sounds to accompany your sleep. These calming sounds will continue without interruption, creating a peaceful atmosphere as you drift deeper into rest. May the waters of your dreams flow freely tonight, and may you find the same peace that comes to those who wander the desert under Arrakis's twin moons. Sleep well, traveler, and may your mind find sanctuary in the stillness of the night. Good night, and dream of spice-scented winds carrying you to peaceful shores.